Hello everyone, my name is Xanmoas, and today we're playing FFXIV ENDWALKER. And as we last left off, a lot of stuff happened. Basically, at first Armand again defeated him. Ashi appeared and then disappeared. Asarai or Ashi or whatever his name is. And defeated Heidelin with my NPC party members. All these guys here. Except for Kyle, and Living Way, and Fortunate. And now it's time to continue. I am glad to see you well, though we could roughly place your souls. Deep as you went, we could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? You mean to say Heidelin is... There's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Heidelin's will without delay. We'll find Medion if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is, the fancy navigatory one. To the edge of the universe, where conjugates the despair of countless stars. You are determined to see this through? We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this, but that I need to ask nothing more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel the great expanse, the moon and Xiaoyun's Ark. I am all too well aware that without both of them, there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. The fourth decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not, and would do all without my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Heidelin is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. We can chart our course through the sea of stars in a single day, ye gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then, and perhaps a nap? I'm already out. Oh, while I'm here, I may as well get purple dye for my sword again. So where is it? Die. That's been dyed. I can glamour, and that should be. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I need to glamour it again. There we go. I just prefer purple over blue. Aha, I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray to the Ethereal Sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know, and I shall add it to our records. Room's dark. It's too easy. Something's gonna happen.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least. Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
That was a bit odd. Let's continue. Victoria, I trust you had a good rest. An envoy of Master Xanmoas arrived not long ago with a message. The Lord Poets have determined Medion's location. We've been asked to gather at the Ostra. I'll meet you there along with the others. A great many of the helping hands that delivered the Adamite are still here in Shaoyan, and I for one couldn't be happier. We need the ether burner and to be refurbished, supplies to be transported, and meals to be prepared. We need all the assistance we can get. Even Lord Emilion has been doing his part, at a snail's pace. Still, it's a thought that counts, but a bit more effort wouldn't go amiss. Alright, to Astra then. What now? Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Lord Poets have deduced the whereabouts of Medion by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Your query's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed, and how then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Lucky for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion systems, the moon is capable of delivering you to the ultimate floor, but the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the stars of the seas. Even the mother crystal may not possess ether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination back. However, if we integrate the hyper hopper into your ether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. However, does this mean... Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Lawport's proposal, the Forum was faced with a great decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by a simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of the star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, and you, the Ark, will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What about all the people that had labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I will not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Gracies, nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of Adamite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary, they have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Lawports too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Ifris and his people? If it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you most certainly have need of our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life. An otherwise vexing problem I'll know how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Medion. Why else would she give you the crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content with evacuating Ifris until you brought us here, Yuanjay. And now we're enamored with the place, so what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scions, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? Very well, we shall form the form of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the hyper hopper. The operators will coordinate with the Ishbar contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. Well now, pray take your ease. It would seem there is naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? I thought that's what we were doing. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Right, though it's difficult to conceive how one can be best prepared to brave a domain where dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Hydaelyn deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of other feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Medion as we are. which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Totaru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the Dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? The edge of creation, I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return, and you will return. Actually, Victoria, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the interim have decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the boulders on Enox, alright? Let me guess. More clothes. Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you. Welcome, Victoria, to Taru Taru Boutique. I've always done my best to provide designs for fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I made an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the royal light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble, unlike anything I created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so after enlisting the aid of the world's finest Tricians, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece, but an inspiration struck and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Farourian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Shaorian. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works per thought. Bayushtiu. Vasayudu. How are things coming along? Thanks and all, Mrs. Tatu. We'll be ready to open shortly. Which is why I put you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here for a moment longer? Okay. Oh, I'm gonna get talked to again. Love that guy. Ah, I didn't expect to find you here. Oh. I imagine Nidha Hana would be also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering that our dragon scales to the engineer, she remained to assist with their work on the ether burner. This simulacrum, too, will stay in Shaorian, while I oversee matters in Wazahan. It is rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch out over my people in a distant land. Rashnin, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your Atricians to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. The establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Wazahan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the Tricians and commons of the land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your Tricians have taught us so much about Fruvian craftsmanship that resourcefulness and integrity is nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Tataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the full suspicion of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that my finally understood why my father called the star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, where the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. And in the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. I journeyed unto the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. Faith you will prevail, and restore peace and tranquility to this star. I will not see his sacrifice squandered, nor shall I rest until Razahan is returned to its former glory. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember the people of this star has not given up hope, and neither must you. That guy needs help. Where must we get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? Oh, it's you. Dolia, my old girl. Why, whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I've been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps, befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt to say what meant so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. The young Lord Fortops insists that so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Sharian. Thus do I toil, through every fiber of my being rails against it. Why, I even suffered the company of that brute Sicard, to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one who granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra piecework, and without honor it here. There is no one to prepare my meals. I came here in the hopes of finding a nice cafe. Perhaps, alas, the Sharian delicacies I sampled were lacking in every respect. Cafe over at the pier? Their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I should give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old girl. As flamboyant as ever. Anyone else? Oh, is that Victoria and Tataru a spy? Oh, Hancock. Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expense required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander the opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Maybe not. I shall return straightaway to Krigane once I have finished. Of course, you will find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, that industrial woman running a new boutique. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe them so devotedly, why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru. Fair enough. There's a lot more I can do to help Betty the Ark and her heroes for the maiden voyage. On your return, I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bocario Inn. Accommodations are quite costly, given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Oldenard Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. Oh, I'm gonna taste, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world of Lord Lorito have to offer. I'm gonna speak more of this upon your return. At least I draw even more of Tataru's ear. Until next we meet. No, it's a rule of threes. So that should be it. This is another one. Victoria decided to spend your time in the markets, did you? Huh, pigs and veg. Tataru! Thanks, Veg. I take it you work on the Ark Precisa pace? Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Shaoyan and Razahan has been a rewarding experience, and that is to say nothing of what we learned from the laboratories. The Ark is unlike anything we ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. You'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Shaoyan. Alpha! I think he sensed coming danger and returned to check on us. He was always one to turn out in the time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Shaoyan. Good thing too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack of brightening your day just by being there. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though, to the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, and yet I am. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalysts that sparks the need for the great innovations. To think how much I missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a Chocobo. Mumble mumble. There is that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Victoria. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Reg and I should get going. Still a few more supplies together before we return. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Right, I don't believe the two of you have formally introduced. This is Bauusidu from Pakistan. Basaludu or whatever. I can't say it. Yes, it was you that helped us at Kurusa, and again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged a little more than glances then, but it is glad of you to remember me. Thanks to Mistress Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. At such times, we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we would come to this coldest place home or return to Fafnir, but we are here today and we are glad to have contributed to the cause. I contribute that they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they will keep you safe in the battle to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since the humble beginnings at the Waking Sands, from the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's ruby bazaar. We were always fortunate to have kind friends along the way. Even when you swept away to the first, Grahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I have the privilege to watch, often with bated breath, as you prophesied time and again. All the joy we shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the seas of stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back when you return. Thank you, Tataru. Alright. In addition to your new samba, we have remnants of weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. Okay, so this is shop gear. Oh jeez, they're actually giving the whole thing. Wrong one. Right. We got rid of some of this stuff. Oh, that was pants. Looks cool. I was so she read this to the final battle. Or I could just use my grammar. I think I'll stick to the glamour, but yeah, because I prefer the glamour better. But thanks for the armor. got walk on. I realize you guys still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself, and that the others can do as well. They said they'd be returning to the Baldasan Annex, though I doubt they stayed for long. If you decide to go look for them, I suggest speaking with Quirrell first. I'm sure they would know I've told her their plans. Oh, I don't know why that was tricky. But yeah, I'm gonna be using my grammar set. I like it better than, you know, a lot of stuff. Yeah? Huh. I think I'll save that for later. You're back. I take it you received your gift from Tataru? Yeah, and I grabbed over it. It was a surprise long in the making, with many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see you realize it, and with great success. If you're looking for the others, though, they already taken their leave. Restore, Vanquid, and Yoanje have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. I was saying Grahatia, in the meantime, thought the time would be better spent poring over the books at Nominon. As for Alphanode and Steen, well, they elected to pay a visit to the Levior estate, though Steen seemed somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they will all be glad for your company if you mind to seek them out. Should you feel peckish, I suggest heading to the last stand before the store, and the others finished eating. But above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle a fatigued mess, so do remember to get a good night's sleep. You tell me to go to different places, but you also tell me to go to Fangrid. Okay. Hello, Nero. No, I'm not neglecting my duties, honestly. Am I not allowed to even a moment to myself? A genius needs time to reflect on his thoughts, you know. That truly is a marvel, and I count myself fortunate having had the opportunity to help build it. A pity I did not come here sooner. Oh, the things I could have done with the fruits of their research. Not that it isn't any business, mind you, though I suppose I could have found a way to apply the knowledge to further improvements of the Ark as well. Oh yeah, come to make our trio quartet, have you? Please have a seat, and we'll bring about getting you a drink.
Your business with Tataru was finished?
Yep.
My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
Is aught the matter?
No, it's nothing. I just... Well, lately I find myself surprised at how much I've changed. How much we've all changed.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home, in preparation for which we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies.
We could always become primal hunters.
In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Oh hell, we could become space pirates. We got a ship now.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much will change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to effect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear.
Eh.
What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds.
Oh, you're just doing that because you want a booty call.
'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast?
Funny how that question got skipped.
To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
Such nice company. Leaving so soon? I suppose it's for the best. If you haven't explored the bottom of the bottle with Yoanje, I dare say the others will welcome your company as well, if you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, then that is all that matters. I say, Victoria, whence came this simulacrum that standeth beside thee? I see falsely, but you saw and vanquished but moments ago employed the self-same doubling magic. Alright then, keep thy secrets. You can always count on your friends to help you maintain perspective. A pity mine takes a perverse pleasure in it. I like to think that I give as good as I get, though I fare better with the occasional assist from a consummate nodder. That's all in good fun, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Right, so I got 2 more spots. One there, and at the Lapio estate. Let's go to Nerd Club. Oh, hey, Pudding Ray. You found your pudding? Hi, Victoria. I came to the stadium in order to study the ways of pudding. Alas, my creations don't jiggle as they should just yet, but I persevere. They're sleeping? Should I get them a pillow?
Oh,
I don't believe you can sleep like that.
knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come.
Yeah, glad Tia could be my first mate on the yacht ship.
Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love, you deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
I'm telling everyone.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
Guys, I didn't realize I was so tired. One moment I was resting my eyes, and the next, I should go and get some air. Maybe a quick bout to training. Not sleep. I'll sleep when I'm dead. That's enough reading for one day. As we don't know how long we'll be away, I best return these books before we depart. And eat. I'm absolutely famished. What's about you? I see. Perhaps I'll stop at the last stand on my way back. And nothing else. These two seem to be good spirits. Still, I'd still see them back to the annex for some proper rest, even if I have to drag them by the ear. Alright, next up is Alpha Null and Estinian. What the hell are you wearing?
Oh. What brings you here? Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, It means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Hydaelyn meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
So I'm going back to the annex. Welcome back, Victoria. Return to catch a final few winks before embarking on your mission, I presume. You'll be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoy your sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. That night at the Royal Menagerie in Alamigo. What's happening? Is Alamigo about to be invaded? I should probably do this. Ah, Xenos.
Get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly.
It's like, I would say, got to him.
In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? What was it that you sought in me?
Oh, he's conflicted now. Wants to find meaning. And thus it dawns. The day of reckoning.
How often have we thus assembled? to combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all. The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule.
Perfect for another trust.
Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
Like we have a choice.
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
Xanmoas is where we part ways, for now at least. Would that I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. Mayhap the teachings of God of Baldasan will suffice. Surrender not to anger of hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think. But for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider when you venture onto the seas of stars. Alright, going back there. Is music still going? Yes, I know you. Your reputation and the rumor mill precedes you. At any rate, how may I help you? Alright, it's time to be on our way.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder.
You're coming along.
But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of star-faring vessels. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
Better than teeny tiny boat.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisoix not fought to protect this world, and in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The starship Ragnarok.
Not a name I would choose, but okay.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
These tribes?
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
You're summoning the primals?
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrits' magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Hydaelyn gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
This screams like a bad idea.
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner.
Go on.
In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. but none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
I'm curious, but also concerned.
May we have a moment?
I guess.
In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go. And Godspeed.
Also, Sid, did you put that Gundam in there? That'd be useful to have. If you come this way, I will direct you to the bridge. A pirate's dooming us.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
So, are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
opponent's belly. Try it again, with feeling.
Me? But I...
No need to be coy, brother. Do it, and do it well.
If you all insist.
Onward unto the distant stars and beyond!
Ragnarok, engage!
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 Oh, we just got all Power Rangers here.
Into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
I think they wanted to do multiple trips.
Bingway? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
All right, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteion, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Hydaelyn believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
Oh, trouble.
What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment.
Greetings.
Oh, crud.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
So this is Meteion.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
You came to die early. First class.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now.
Oh god, she turned off the ship.
I can't breathe.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
Tancred going nuts. Good job, Tancred, I think.
By the Fury. Tancred?
Meteon has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
Well, are we on a planet or a star? Well, technically means both in this game.
If that's the case, then Tancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
And pick those chairs up.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End.
In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell.
So, let them bring it to a close, I say.
Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Is this a dead star?
Yeah, it has air.
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
Alright, I'll be back in a sec, okay? Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Bit of, let's just say I need the nail clippers to clip something off. Can't guarantee it will be help in the strange surrounds, but I've readied a provisions node in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. God, there's even monsters here. And Aetherites. Always Aetherites. We're fortunate this place can support life, a bit barely, I suspect given the torpid stale quality of the air. But never mind that, we must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. Seems as good a direction as any. Might not stray too far, at least we lose sight of one another. Now, I was expecting this area to be short. I was expecting it to be, well, large and with Aetherites. Even dragons here. And people too. Ruins, but of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design of the top suggests it's a man-made, though its builders were showing not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. There is a structure here in front of me, yes, a tower of some sort, but partially melted. In a strange stretch of fate, it seems our perception of this place not so different as it would be elsewhere. The world is as I used to see it. It feels as though I am dreaming while awake. This is more than a faded memory Meteor led us to believe. Metallic pillar has been partially melted, likely something in the distant past. The damage does not appear to be inflicted deliberately, rather it calls to mind the indiscrimination Indiscriminate destruction often wrought in the heat of battle. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. Poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Vankrit is here, I never know it. But what I can tell, we are near the edge of the island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. Were you able to find anything? As I feared, there's still no trace of Vankrit. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. Although I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. Is it the dragons? How'd you guys not notice the dragons? What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Uh-oh. Only I can see the dragons? Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We found one more questions when we are in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's starboard we yet to explore. Let's try searching there then. Victoria, a word before we join the others. Apparently, only I can see the dragons. Oh, very unusual. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgard Selma and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live on Ifris? Better to leave such a conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? Oh god, living dragons now.
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
Yeah, we're probably standing on it too.
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred, where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words.
You telling me he's dead?
Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteon holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
I don't think he's truly dead. Something tells me he lives on. Somehow. Soul without body, a form of being with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. Circumstances are not ever more dire than that, is true, but I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in sacrifice, he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let's not squander it, and discern in the nature of this realm that we might confront and defeat Medion. Estinian, Victoria, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Perhaps they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey these surroundings. If there is a path that may lead to our quarry, we must find it. Very well, we can reconvene here when everyone is finished. Medion said these dragons are shadow and shade, from a world whose descendants are sort of oblivion. As such, they not like to be amendable to company, let alone conversation, so please be careful. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. I should attune to this first. A visitor, not of the star. Would thy slender hands be plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame? Oh, how we would adore thee, alas! With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, so we wait for its inexorable march onto oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost. So glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength emboldened. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities are black and silver. No bounds of blood did they share. No conviction did they have to guide them. Crushing defeat. Never had we known such shame. Still now are the winds, though now none would feel these rings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. Okay, these dragons are depressing. Thou wouldst bid me speak? Folly. I serve the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak no war. Only watch and wait and end. One sight yet stirreth my blood. Tempereth me to raise my voice in lamentation. I'll null the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that would be thy will, I shall remain. Now that'd be weird getting side quests from them. Then again, it's also weird they got fates. Hello, Estinian. Traveled far. They led you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of the rose and proof of the end. I think I begin to see why. It's a hatching ground, or was. I've seen similar on Ethereus. The god Sommer's kind must once have lived and thrived in a place such as this. Petra said his father was driven from their ancestral homes by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. Inside the shattered egg, you find the remains of an unborn baby. The body has already begun to decompose. This gelatinous half-dried membrane covering the corpse as it failed to emerge. Yeah, it sounds like they killed the eggs. Murky liquid has pooled inside this eggshell. The noxious furor is indicative of contamination. Or they poisoned the eggs. Gingerly lifting a large egg from the viscous mire, you peer inside to see a formless mass soaking in the pool of embryonic fluid. The stomach turns and you return the egg to its resting place. This egg appears to have been broken from the inside out. Perhaps the dragon net within succeeded in hatchling. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. If the dragon net was indeed hatched, there is no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. We should look for them. We start with the Kristoffs and I'll search the plains. The one succeeded to hatch. Something tells me it's not as simple as that. It mutated. Blustering howl has been quieted by thy hand, I assume. Everything alright? I thought I heard a dragon or something resembling one. Oh, I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps some eggs within our norm have indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines. With them rolled war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. It was a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. They were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame to rebuild, a futile effort. Imperial soil replete the ether which we once cultivated our nesting grounds, but our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. While few survived to hatch and emerge as abominations, we shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to the other stars. That there are. Many would make an attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the rival dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars were lost and run. They too were reduced to ash and waste. 'Tis a curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. Vicious sire we now choose to break, retire our conflict of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, until still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there is another star. I doubt we can save them. They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed, a pain I understand, and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we learned. Come. Oh god, this side quests. It's actually the weirdest thing you can get around here. Dead people wanting side quests. You may be dead, but can you kill like 2 of these guys? They've been assholes lately. Are you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Victoria, Estinian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off to it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity, but it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside the space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Lopwitz to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it's too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Medion told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key, but I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is we have no way forward. At present, if it is indeed emotion that governs the island, perhaps it is not Medions, but the dragons that hold us here. They tire a conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there is no way for the dragons or anyone here on the island to advance. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that's the case, what recourse do we have? They are not like to be persuaded to help us. Their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without infallible proof, this feature is not as bleak as they believe it to be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Medion would have meant to unmake us then and there on the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Banquet's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. This Ultima Thule architect, Medion herself, against whom Banquet did pit himself in a crash of wills, though I marked no leader among them. As such, I did not chance to encounter the dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most, potent enough mayhap to dictate the course for others. And thus the domain to fall. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, the tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart with train. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me not against his classifying heart, but perhaps one of you will fare better. Then I shall guide thee. LN, they call him. In the dragon tongue, thou would fight him nearby, eyes fixated upon the water. Oh, what have we to use? Let's get going.
he remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Waiting to die like all the others, are you?
Our pride is crushed and our souls corrupted. The winds are stilled, and the heavens offer no comfort. There is nothing left of our kind. Our long lives are cursed as we waited the end. Still as stone we shall become.
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all.
Yet upon thee do I smell the blood of my brethren. Were they drawn into discord and war on the new home? Yeah, we call him Nidhogg.
They were. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind.
It matters not whether we fly. Ever will a sun-gained ocean await us. Ever will retribution's wheel turn. And so, on the last of my pride as a dragon, I break free of this wheel. I renounce conflict, exile myself from the others, and never again to be touched by the flames of hatred.
Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Uh-oh.
Estinian! Stay back.
Retire war, retire turmoil. Dignity tarnished, crimson stained. Our misery, our shame, too much to bear. Release us from war, from life.
This is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
Oh no. Now Estinian's gone.
No! Not Estinian too!
There's a wind.
He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Yeah, I hope you all don't have to die for my bridge.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
What waits us on this next island? Looks like a city over there. Look there, the wind. This is Estinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its throw and see where it leads. Alpha Gale has lured you to another island. Other signs should arrive before long. He did it. He found a way forward for us. The dragons remain trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war, yet Estinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting Athenald, just like Thancred. The sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. So LSA is right, we must press on, for their sake. As your store and Alizé said, we must continue. Notice a change in our surroundings? Perhaps this is a memory of an altogether different world. It would be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully, lest we lose our footing in the sand. Were it not for the violent crystal embedded in the surface, this would appear as an ordinary stone. A curious script has been etched upon them. Alas, it's not a language with which I'm familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserved their knowledge in song and eschewed the written words entirely, so we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Meteon claimed the dragons world suffered a slow death, seeking the resource oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end. What do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure. It's hard to make out at this distance, but its surface seems to bear the same crystal as this monument. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go have a look. Come on. There's the ether current over there. Go away, EA. Go away. Damn it. Yeah, look at this cute little thing. Hey, Travis, this is the most unexpected occurrence. Oh, hello. There? Is this your home? Indeed it is. Forgive me, I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. When the vibration of focal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and attention, EA, I believe, was a pronunciation used when referring to our people. Air. No, it's not entirely impeccable, given our present state. You're welcome to use this abbreviation. As for nomenclature, to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kof Gujil. Yes, Kof Gujil of the A. We have counted beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having a conversation via the medium of ether or dynamis, as the space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive then. That is well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourselves, we are ether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be summarized that your bodies are compatible biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the 5 senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I have prepared 198,712,180,827. That's rather a lot, isn't it? My apologies, I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for fresh. We have endeavored to recreate the erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of times. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with the physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporal form? Why? To bring an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps a too strong a word. It would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through the ethereal exsanguators. Such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe a public death requires an inescapable sense of impendiments in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Very well, to ensure a fictitious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the air, where the traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume you consent to answer questions with indicative of a tact approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. Must caution you, however, to be mindful of the air wandering the desert. The desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly, not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we'll find no answers doubting here. Let us be on our way. So this must be the civilization where they tried to take away... Well, they tried to take away joy. No, they tried to take away depression, but let them... You know, just so joy would be there. But it ended up proving worthless because you can't have joy without depression. Or you can't differentiate between the two. Look to our abode. Most of like comparers you will find remain idle in the dormancies, though your crystalline expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures there. You say they remain idle. What of your work to regain corporeal bodies? Answered question and understandable given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, or is no longer necessary. If in our idleness we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present before your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a motile state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of the crystalline dormancies to communicate. God, this guy's wordy as hell. Cast your thoughts toward the crystalline domicile, but there is no response. You wish to speak? Very well, pray a moment if you would. Why we seek out End, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember. What form did I take when last I emerged? Strange moaning comes and goes, but soon fades into silence. So only 2 out of 4 want to emerge. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? I see. If they fail to answer, then it's likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not but concentrated ether now. Worry not, there are no others who have need of their lodgings, and they will not prove a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few have awakened. Ah, there they are. I introduce to you Laka, Judika, and Nidaka. It has been too long, Coco. I dare say Star 4 have since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some have become. Travelers? Oh, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain as see as enabling systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement for scientifically, objectively. Thus did I bid them awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who is speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms and the divergence they afford, perhaps such similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, Coco, have you already served the requisite custom for the travelers, by which one is suspected to do when receiving guests a matter of proper form? Oh yes, so long has it been, it had completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we could search the archives for the answer. Come now, Ned. The archives have long since been frozen. At least we subject ourselves to further dolo, so you recall that much. Ah, of course, food. The custom is to serve food. Things are fresh, such as they are, regularly replenished by the ether. By contributing to the replenishments, we communicate our friendly intention. That's right. We do invite you to join us for a communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we had a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest ether. For doomed species, they seem friendly compared to the dragons. Oh, now there's more of them. This facility is where we replenish our ether. There's no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. You brace yourself for a rush of sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. You brace yourself again, but again, nothing seems to happen. Just as I suspected, as curiously as one might recreate the as home world, this is ultimate fuel. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact. To the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the recreated Amulet. However, appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that this is the memories of the dead with whom we deal. Oh, did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it. A deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though we regrettably could not partake in your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail to wonder, wherefore do you wish to attain vessels of flesh, and thence to finish? Would you not favor us with an explanation? Your flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the air yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believe we will be able to eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. Yet, knew it. From the tangible such as land to the intangible such as labor, there exist myriad hindrances to progress, but the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly meddling, you see, too short to enjoy unholy lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-culpable entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make our ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all unstacked phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believed that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answers you sought? I don't remember. Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge is said truth. It's essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you will learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, is it not our duty to warn them? What, think it's style. Ah man, your stall is going to be next. We have deliberated and come to good consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Take us to the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Elegia. Fundamental truth. We were here, of course. Let us learn what they led to such enlightened people to this indolent end. We joined the air. There is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Victoria Grahatia, may I trouble you for your assistance? What, of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode, if you would so kindly follow me. I know what mischief you are plotting, Yuan Jay, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go on ahead to Iagia. Least you worry, we won't stop without you. That's all it adds in one place. It's one pristine water. Alright, this place shall serve. Is it the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there is not to investigate. It's without a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established here in Ultima Thule, those descendants of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacres, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How does that suppose to be possible? I'm trying to agree. If Meteor could take the emotions of others as her own, I dare say she would be able to recreate them more faithfully than she had relied on any historical account. By which logic, she must have visited them while they still lived, the dragons and the Ea both. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption, consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Meteor perceived the emotions of those nearby as her own, a heightened sense of empathy, instinctive to her nature as a intelligy. In the course of her starfaring journey, she encountered beings who strongly desired a cessation of their existence. She would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possessed the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis, this my supposition that, overwhelmed by the longing for death, Meteor did unleash Dynamis and ushered the dragons and the air onto their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome, for many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a tremendous, however, that fervent desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find a way forward, pray ask yourselves this, in the place where you stand, who is the soul that yearns most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Never again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades, and bring indeed to my confidence, I will remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou return us a favor and abide in faith that as I fulfill my own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? This indelicate of me, I know full well, but I can but beg for thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I have found within. So you're the next to go? The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all we've been through, I will say only this. Do what you must, and see conviction through. I shall, my friend. I shall. Without further ado, then, let's go to join our comrades. Let's be off to Elgia. Since everyone's accounted for, shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb III. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter onto an eternal ice age.
So, the heat death.
In hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous, we scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
Oh, your store's not gonna like that.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
shalt join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
Now it's just us four.
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn, alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Atheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
Are you all ready to continue on? Now let's make way to that light shown. The store and Yolanje have opened the way for us. Yes, I can feel it. The ether emanating from that arcane pattern. This is a portal, and no mistake. Let us see where it leads. Ah, now it's Omega? Guess it makes sense. The dragons had a rivalry with Omega. Amazing. Yeah, another civilization. Attacked so soon as you arrived. Not the most welcoming places, is it? Must try to find its citizens who are amenable to a conversation. We should also get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll have to know with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Apart from hostile beings, take care of your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we finish exploring. I expect the Trins will seek the outermost bounds of the isle, so I suppose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there. Sentinels... crap. In all likelihood. Like those you counted, they will most certainly attack any who venture too close. Let's avoid them and look for others that appear to be more approachable. You see naught but patrol machines in the air. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse. That's a lot of ads around here. Come on then. Look for Tora. The machines here do not appear hostile. See if we could communicate with them. Begging pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of the star. Unknown life form detected. Assigning generic label. Interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet. Beep, boop. The planet? What? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons. If you stand within one of our outposts. The Omicrons, you say, and what is it that you do here? We are prepared for war. We presently do not have a designated target. You have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody or be terminated. A little frightening, these Omicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow. If you could try speaking with the others. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not hear Sir's command, and indiscriminately attack all non-Omicrons. To avoid this confusion, be advised that Sir is the alias for Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic mountains that bear the designation Stigma. Psst. Measuring combat capability. Result negligible. Subject falls under targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to achieve combat data and resources. Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the home world of the beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet without the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. Our subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. Beep boop. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard attunement upgrade complete. Mutations level satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Okay, so they're preparing for war and they listen to us, Sir. You learned a few things, so did I. We share our findings, however, I believe it best to step outside this outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are. We finished surveying the area. This will come to us no surprise, but there is no way forward. There were portals like the ones we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. Then as before, we must locate the embodiment or the emotion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? Will the Omicrons seek to advance themselves through conquest? Following their victories over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leader has yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Yoranje's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others. Yoranje say this? During our investigation, before we joined you in Elgia, well, that's the way of it. Why couldn't he just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons and the Ia longed for death, the Omicrons longed for conflict. As much as they led to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of the dormant emotion, I believe we should seek out the leader, the Sir. According to M032, the first Omicron with whom we spoke, there is a console by which we might communicate with it. M032 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe, is worth investigating. What say you? So the console we seek lies on the far side of this isle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let's watch our step as we make our way. Ah, crap. I love this move. It's a shame the other jobs didn't get anything like this. I mean, Gunbreaker is probably similar at this point, but yeah. That's a lot of ether currents here too. This appears to be the console. That seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? You tried touching, smacking, and tuning with the console, but there is no response. No luck, I see. But there must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough, but if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega. Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
Do it.
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Do it.
You still have it! Sid and Nero's legendary device which brought low the superweapon Omega. Wait, the actual device was much too big to lug around, so you must only have the control module. And there I was getting all excited. Never mind. An old-fashioned spell will suffice.
It worked!
Opening connection to Communications Module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Signal 1 now online. As a found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Let's focus our search on the outpost. Alice and I will try speaking with the Omicrons this time in the hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Graha could observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let's begin at once. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Yeah, as soon as I get this feaster point. Yeah, I figured. And only one. I'm currently speaking with Athenod, but you can't hear the conversation or appears otherwise normal. Yeah, I think I saw the unit just then. So where is it? Omicron wanders around aimlessly, as if they're lacking a quick reaction. And there was another one of those. I just saw it. Omicron wandering aimlessly. Where? Aha, I see it. It's left the base. Let's follow it. And another ether current. Not here, but it's definitely came this way. Must have used a portal. Time to go through and see what we find. To a place of will tanks. What is your query? Aha, you found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of the device. Go to such lengths to sustain it. Is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves, like we did countless others. We conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume the state of combat readiness. So I was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it is simply a malfunctioning Omicron, but there are no means uncommon. But it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions, one not unlike Sir. I believe this bears further investigation. endeavor to live, even if we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Victoria, one day, when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I'll be mentioned in it? You truly think so? That would be a... Nah, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Oh, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errant Omicron. Grata says you found the suspicious Omicron. That's good, because the units here were no help. They all had the same thing to say about the extended operations unit, that there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's business as usual at the outpost. Enough about us. Tell us what you learned. Tell me you learned something more useful. Eh. And Omicron was trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction of philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that compromise Sir. As we know, the Omicrons invade the other stars to enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting outside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining what if that's what's happening. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. Use lightning on the console again, but we make it stronger, much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction that could suggest that it has a connection to Sir? Inspired idea, I dare say it is worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time you must allow me to do the honors. I will stand guard in case your incarnation draws sentries to the scene. For my part, then, I shall approach our suspect and defer its attention, during which time, Victoria, I want you to serve it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention that shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering that outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. First I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps... that could be a errant Omicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright, Athena and I will stand by at the console, and when it's time, I'll unleash my veritable storm. This will work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Now, my friend, let us Find the stout-plagued Omicron. You're the one that was disturbing the tree, are you not? Well, glad I am to find you again. I have a question for you see, about the device which sustained the tree. Provided it does not necessitate the good closure of restricted information, very well. As it's begun distracting the Omicron, soon I will say will strike the console of lightning. So, yep. Now, what do you say? Performing diagnostics, error confirmed. My connection with Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility, if you excuse me. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance, it's to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrade struck the console used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You're connected to Sir, aren't you? Permitted. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know. But before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well, our friends at the console. Let's head there.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1. It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving my prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted.
You gain sentience.
It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy are spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end. Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will.
Cute.
If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not describe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unalike, you and I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
Now it's just us three.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end.
They all leave us so easily, as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? Next time we meet, I'll give her such a flick, and that be just to stop. The crystalline path, God has paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on, for our friends, and all who await us in faith. So come, let's seek the path's beginning. It appears to be the nearest outpost. So I'm just left with the Trins. This way, I'm not gonna have a trust party for a dungeon. Look, Victoria, a portal is opened. It will show you the river as true. It must. Oh, here's the path begins, and it ascends to dizzying heights. Let's make our way, one short step at a time. Our friends got us this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. Yeah, I thought there'd be one there. The memorable lights that shine in the distance, to think that they all could have birthed civilizations, to think that everything they built has gone to dust, the people's lost to despair. Of the stars floating in the sea of midnight, ours is a lonely aberration. And yet, no matter how many worlds have met their ends, with you and Alice beside me, there is nothing I fear. No ocean so fast I cannot cross. Those broken stars I see, shattered, ruptured, unraveled. I wonder if there are also worlds we created at their ends. The sight of them fills me with sorrow I cannot describe, and in truth I cannot deny. For death, whence we came and where we return, a real from which there is no escape. Oops. God, I really gotta stop doing that. I force a habit, to be honest. It's just too easy, you know? All I can hear is my footfalls. My heartbeat is so much quieter now. The fact that we breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are, aren't they? Anquib would scout the road ahead. Yusto and Yoanje would trade opinions on historic subjects. Raha would join in the discussions, or else chat with me and Alice about the mission. Istinian would be at the rear, apart yet present. All the while you would come and go, wherever you were needed, and together we would travel. The portal is very visible from up here. We become far, much further than we would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It is because we have known failure and frustration that we have learned and grown from them. The Hydaelyn has entrusted us with a mission, the fate of the Fairy Star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now, I'll wake up in my bed, still a student, grandfather alive. I go about my day, we lived in as the fragments of that other life faded away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? But none of it. No, I won't give up these experiences. Good or bad, they are mine. They are me. Rest assured I am fine, but thank you for your concern. What of yourself? But we cannot afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. We cross an impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we're about 3 steps away from journey's end. It will all be over before we know it. Me? Oh, I've still plenty of legs left in me. Don't you worry, it's you I'm worried about. Always push yourself so hard for us, for everyone. And while we're here, we'll make sure to bear our share of the burden. Good kids. Oh, this is it, the end of the path, and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships, and we may be made to feel powerless. Yet come as what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we have achieved. In what we achieved and how we changed us for the better. That's worth fighting for, and dying for, as they did. There are some structures up ahead, still a ways to go before we reach the dead sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, you forgive me if I wish for all the same, and for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it, it's just after all the help you've given me, once I want to be the one to help you. This is almost... normal? It's not like many cities we know, but it's definitely quiet. Maybe the inhabitants are within the buildings, or visible to our senses. Wrong on both counts, there's simply no one here. Oh. Meteon. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended, I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide, none can say. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. If there is no one here, then neither should there be a motion to bar our way. Yet Meteon seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? Whatever Meteon may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. We split up. It shouldn't take too long to cover the area. Doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. If anyone has heard you, they did not respond. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. The object resembles a tree and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material. Erected in place of an actual tree or to serve as for some other purpose, perhaps. Regardless, there's no one left to explain to tell the story. This place seems reminiscent concept of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are everywhere to be seen. Extra containers, lines, and shelves with a few loose sitting on the counter. Vessels for the beverages in likelihood. A venue best doing with activity until it is not. This is glimpse Alize picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise spy no signs of life. It echoes faintly before being swallowed by the silence. Now what's going to happen? I'm going to use the echo. Though slightly off the ground, it appears to be a door, while the objects to the left could be letterboxes. The door is rusted shut, and the firm of dust all over suggests no one has come through in a long, long time. Yeah, it sounds like I'm going to be using the echo to communicate with the past and figure out what happened. Thus giving me full control of the echo. Oh yeah, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it just beneath the dead sun. I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. What about you? Did you find anything of interest? I see. I noticed the same thing. Cups left upon tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do not know. I don't want to be alone anymore. Research enough for now. Let's find Alpha Node and compare what we learned. That smells.
Did you find anything?
Nope.
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen?
Too many.
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will. I'm afraid it has to be done. For our comrades, for everyone on Aetheris, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you, the last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even her. Why must she be the one? Why must she fight alone? More than a hero, she's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave her a new one. For instance, a path where she finds happiness at journey's end. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters. As did they share their own grim findings with you, overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars. Some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process.
What?
In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Atheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
And now I'm alone. This has been an unfortunate live stream so far. The whole party's dead. Now I gotta go to the dead sun. Oh yeah, an Oshalian. Oh no, are they being invaded? Ominous music. Yeah, it sounds like it.
Please. Please. Oh, please let them all be safe. Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache.
Don't lie to them. Get everyone prepared.
They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry, an associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
Now it's Xenos. Now just using the echo. In City of Forward Life, you sense the presence of another. The soul of 1,000 worlds very heavy, and yet you can walk on.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made in ways we could never have foreseen.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home. I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Strong art thou, mortal.
Look for light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come. Let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
I don't think so.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the world.
You must triumph.
Drink of calamity, drown in.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
Oh, it was all
I am ever grateful.
I came to appreciate most about our stars is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all
these years. Is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
It summoned them.
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Aetheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
Meteion, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens,
I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
Thank you. And now it fades away.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
Give you one if you keep talking like that.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
That looks disgusting.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
leaving?
Of course. The Encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles? What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
Bye, Emmett. And if first I can never say his name properly. I don't think I ever knew what to say to that man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, we came to aid you in your moment of need. Be here, and we will not squander the chance he has given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and bid the final curtain fall. Are you ready, Victoria? Let us set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will only say only this. Within the dead sun swirls the emotions that Meteon has hoarded, emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it was with the dozens of Ultima Thrall that bared our way, it is not for us to rebuke and abolish. This will not passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was an opening our hearts to despair by understanding and acknowledging their fates while still refusing to share in them ourselves, to hold fast to hope, not in ignorance but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I am here to help, as you have all helped me. Now, as much as I would like to continue, unfortunately it's getting late. Tune in tomorrow where we will prepare for the finale and end the story. Until next time, folks. See ya.